E até amanhã, hein? Amanhã chega a Void. No próximo game aí. Vou estar trazendo em live. Amanhã a partir das 18 horas, horário de sempre. Mas bem, e aí galera, salve, salve. E aqui de volta no canal AndeXGames para mais uma live. Vamos estar seguindo aqui nosso gameplay no Eternal STRANDS. Nossa 11ª live já. Vou começar para concluir aí. Não sei que eu tô faltando do jogo. Espero que não falte muito aí. Mas já quero começar um jogo novo, né? Como já ambientei aí há pouco. Mas chega o Void. Esse próximo game aí. Mais um Day 1 Game Pass. Mas é isso, galera. Antes da gente ir pro game aí, já pedi pra você que tá no YouTube, deixar aquele like. Deixa seu likezão aí na live. Você que tá chegando na roxinha também. Deixa seu apoio com seu follow. Deixe seus pontos do canal também. Seja um sub. Se inscreva aí. Trazendo algumas coisas legais. Em breve teremos sorteio aí também. Tem algumas coisas para sortear aí. Deixei anexo aí no chat um link para você conhecer aí um canal de corte. Canal de cortes aí do AndeXGames. Lá você vai encontrar seus destaques aí, né, nas lives. É isso, entre lá no canal, se inscreva também. Curtam lá os vídeos, já tem 3 vídeos lá. 3 vídeos além do trailer, né, no canal. E é isso. Também temos aí a doação, a página de doação no canal, pelo midfielder.tv/AndeXGames. Temos uma forma de você estar apoiando aí também com a pequena doação. E é isso, vamos para o game. Esqueci de conectar aqui. Sim. Na última live a gente terminou o que tinha pra fazer por aqui. Vou só continuar. Vamos avançar aí, próxima fase. Umas quedinhas ainda chata. Gosto. Até tive a geração de quadros aqui pra ver se melhorava, mas uma bosta ainda. Apaga no bichão. Vou pegar alguma coisa aqui. Assim aqui. Eu acho que agora dá pra pegar. Mas já tá no nível máximo. Só ver uma coisa aqui. Instante, velho. Descida. Uma gambiarra aqui.
That's I've got you. That's as far as I can push this. I've got you.
Que rapaz. Quem de uma figa. Duas coisas ainda aqui. Eita. Por que eu não vim aqui antes? Yes. Andando em rotas. Eita, que é isso? De gelo. Não querer lutar contra tudo. Não querer nem quer. Nem querer brigar com você. Quero até matar rápido. Tem foguinho. Não gosto de fogo não. Eita. Nossa. Essa porra pra lá, mano. Aqui dentro. E que vai entrar em plataforma. Lá embaixo, né? Subir aqui pra quê? Lasca. Está em combate. Vai destruir tudo aqui. É um arco. Oxi. Sim, né? Deve sair daqui mesmo. Isso merda. Beleza, acho que é isso aqui. Então, bico. Mas tem mais coisas pra pegar. Não dá. Não faço ideia. Acho que tem que pegar outra habilidade lá. Última habilidade que falta. Isso. Isso. Pesadinha, mulher. Vou botar mais leve aqui. Não consegue correr, né? O que dá pra fazer aqui agora? Criar um novo arco. Disparo irritante.
A delicate tool for precision work. Wield. Well.
Anos. Pesada, velho. Dispensado.
Take them out from a distance, and they'll never know you were there. Always refreshing to work with carved materials. Take them out from a distance, and they'll never know you were there.
Mas vamos lá.
Ready to head to Cassidon's Hold?
Evento, vou confirmar que está pronta. Breaking. A série de eventos vai se desenrolar. Certifique-se de se preparar bem. Vamos ver o que acontecer aí. Agora descobrir o que esse plano implica. Ir para o forte de Cassidon. Ainda mais safado dizer.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Se possível, sim.
Great. Hey, while it's just the two of us. I'll be deploying to the Underworks almost immediately after we arrive. Watch Khan Stanfield for me, will you? I know Oriel wants you to give him a chance, but he can't be trusted.
I'm always ready for anything, Eric.
I know. Let's move.
Decades of caution have been rewarded, friends. For this moment, and not one sooner, is the precise time to strike.
Caras de cautela pagaram-se, meus amigos. Mas agora esta é exatamente a hora certa para atacarmos.
Today, we wrangle our lands free from the Surgeborn's grasp and reclaim our hearth once more. Whatever it. None of this could be possible without the esteemed prowess of the Spindle. Her work on the Arcs has laid the foundation for my plan. She and I will proceed to the Grand Gate at once. Scouts, you have your orders. It's time. Whatever it takes.
Let's see guerra.
Rin, you need to come with me.
Now?
Yeah, no time to explain. And Aurea, you should get on the scry.
All right. Whatever you need. Let's go.
Está
I know
pegando.
you said there's no time to explain, but want to give me a clue as to where we're going?
So, obviously I've been working with the Eye. Well, he had me repair the Grand Gate. It's connected to this place called the Source, and I guess that's where the Surgeborn came from. He's got this plan to go there and solve this problem once and for all.
Right. I heard that part of his speech already. What does this have to do with us sprinting like an Ash Peak Drake is on our heels?
So there's, it's better if I just show you.
Nice.
Perfect. As punctual as you are daring.
Sev, what's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, don't blame him. He's merely a puppet. Ironic, given I'm the one all tangled up.
So you can talk?
Of course. Only language could allow me to prey upon Kenrick's exquisite inadequacies.
You've been talking to the Eye? Manipulating him?
Into a foolhardy and preposterous plan that only an absolute imbecile could think was worth pursuing, yes. I've been down here for years, laying groundwork and learning what I could about your people. All towards a moment when I could convince Kenrick to act. I almost despaired he ever would. And then, along comes you.
Me?
Oh yes. Kenrick is threatened by you. Terrified even. In your brief time inside the veil, you've accomplished so much more than he has in decades. Not that that's saying much. Still, you are the perfect catalyst for change. We have that in common, as you will discover in time. So now, he's going to open a gate to the heart of the Enclave, convinced he can recover it from us. And the one person I worry might be able to stop us is here, talking to me. You're fast, but even you can't run to the rescue now.
You've thought of everything. Except, why tell me all this?
Because you're too late to stop us. And even if you weren't, no one would believe you.
Sure. Unless they were listening.
Quit taunting it, Bryn. You've got work to do.
Aquela armadilha. Espero que eles ouvem também. Tá mostrando.
Isla, we must retreat.
No! I'm staying to fix this. Do whatever you can to buy me time.
Espada aqui. Poxa. Bichão mesmo, hein? A Aurota dos Rebentos do Sul.
Let's hope Hyla doesn't take too long.
Oh. Lá que não dá pra acertar não. Tira até mexer não. Gelo agora. Canais da pomba. Virou life agora. Ah, porra. Não defendeu. O cara nas gargantas. Filha da porra. Gravidade, sério. Porra. Tô fazendo o que, hein? Demora da bexiga. Escapatória não. Nada, encosta, hein? Bicho, levanta aí pra me ajudar. Se não tivesse tempo.
For much longer.
She needs to.
Fogo de gelo.
She can't be.
What? What's she doing to me?
Hopefully not what I think she is.
Dale, moleque. Invocou o bichão. Giro.
Whatever it takes.
Custa. Custa o que custar. Mandou o bichão de volta. Será que ela se foi?
Spirits. Okay. Weavers have always dealt with problems like this. Well, not just like this, but yeah. We'll figure it out. Oria, she'll know what to do. Hey, Eric.
Falar com o povo.
I'm so sorry for your loss. How are you holding up after everything?
Mas se foi mesmo. Tio.
Thank you, but I don't think you want the real answer to that question.
Deixa eu ver se eu vi a resposta a essa pergunta. Eu ofereci uma saída e acho que deveria aceitar, dizer que ele tem razão. Parece que ele precisa desabafar por essa oportunidade.
I can't imagine what you're dealing with. Just know we stand ready to assist in any way we can.
Yeah, that's for the best. I've been dealing with casualty reports for days. And through it all, I keep thinking that it could have been so much worse. Imagine if Zev hadn't raised his warning, or if you hadn't piled headfirst into the fight. We owe your band a lot, Bryn. Remember when we were talking about the Eye mobilizing? You said he's doing what we wanted, right?
I did. In retrospect.
No, it wasn't. We were playing a game, applying pressure. He responded, and even though it went terribly, We get to pick up the pieces now, not some incompetent bureaucrat. Bryn, have I ever told you you're a genuinely impressive person?
Abobrinha.
Thanks. What brought that on?
Puxando o saco. Tá afim de alguma coisa.
Oria told me the story about you joining the band. Sounds like your last one was awful, but you stuck with it.
In comparison, joining Oria's group was like that first nice day after a brutal winter.
That's probably more relatable if I grew up in a mountain pass, huh?
No feeling like it. Temperatures that would have felt awful in autumn feel like a summer's day. And there's this endless, soft, watery trickle of everything melting.
Sounds incredible. Think you'll go back?
Tira a foto dos meus pais, se nunca voltasse a ver ele. Provavelmente mais sem pressa. Lembrá-lo de que estou animada com a clave.
I have to. My mum and I did not part on the best terms. And while we've made up in letters, I owe her the biggest hug. And I want my dad to see how far I've come. Don't think he expected me to take up the sword, but he's always been supportive.
Maybe I could tag along. I feel like I've been denied something being literally stuck in here.
O importante aqui, eu com certeza me vejo viajando com o Eric.
I don't know how comfortable I'd be sneaking the head of the scouts out of the Enclave. I know it's got to be tempting to leave that duty, but these people do need you.
Yeah, that's the truth. Sometimes wish it weren't, but you're right. Oh well, maybe someday I'll go traveling. If we ever get the veil down, that is.
Bryn, I cannot fathom how you must have felt in that fight against the Surgeborn.
As strange as it is to say, I had the easy part.
Yes. The tragedy about Isla. So much talent lost, wasted even.
Sério, cara. E tu, Hilo? Como é que tu estás?
The bar I'd set for my expectations of him was low. Subterranean. You would have to plumb tremendous depths to even glimpse it. And yet, I never would have expected him to stoop quite so low as he did at the Grand Gate.
Hey, Lane. How are you holding up?
I'm fine. Just coming down from the stress of all this. I was a bit worried about you, I'll admit. Are you all right?
Thanks for the concern. A little sore today, but no lasting injuries.
Good.
Are you sure you're fine?
Yes. Just ruminating on the numerous disastrous failures that led to this. Not by us, but...
Eu teria imaginado isso.
We'd all love to predict the future, but smart as you are, even you can't do that.
Isla would still be here if I could.
I know. She saved us all.
Scholars rarely agree on much. But if there's one philosophy many of us share, it's that we must understand our past to build better futures. Maybe I couldn't have prevented this tragedy, but I can't help but mine the past for clues of what was to come. If only to stop it from ever happening again.
I know you're not one to shy away from a fight, but you should have known better than to go toe-to-toe with that thing.
Casmin, I'm all right.
That's not the point, Bryn. I was really scared.
I know.
All the other ways that fight could have ended keep playing out in my mind. I can't make it stop.
We're all here, safe and sound.
Everyone but Isla. It could have easily been you instead of her. Next time, it could be you, or Aurea, or Lane, or...
That's not going to happen. I won't let it happen. I promise.
It might though, Bryn. It could. I've been reading over those caravan logs you brought in when helping Arik.
A little light reading before bed?
No, but they tell a fascinating story. The Enclave had 3 secrets to their trade success. These logs are good insight into how they leveraged that.
Essa sim usa para contar. Pedir para ela me dizer. Não sei se comércio. Não sei se comércio é minha força.
And you would very much like to tell me about how they did it, right?
Yes, I do want to tell someone, so brace yourself. So, the 3 keys to their success, right? The first was no wars. The Enclave never fought. Instead, they made it clear with loom gates and the arcs that messing with them was tactically doomed.
So they could trade with everyone, even 2 nations at war with one another.
That was their second key. Unique products. The Enclave was the only place producing their enchantments. Try to declare a trade sanction against them for trading with your foe, and suddenly your foe has an edge you just lost.
That's a deft bit of maneuvering.
Their third key was having access to land and sea trade routes. Renland and Taza both relied on Enclave trade by land. Either one attempting to cut off caravans would provoke a response from the other. And the Enclave's north was unassailable by sea. That's why they built Cassidon's Hold.
Sharing trade knowledge is your happy place, isn't it, Kaz?
Oh yes. And do you know there's another place that's got 2 of these 3 advantages?
Where?
Your home, Calnhaven.
We don't have access to sea trade. And I wouldn't say we're at peace either. But you're thinking of our steel.
Best in the Maida. And you're the only people who know how to make it. Not only that, but while the Empire would love to put you back under their heel, they can't, can they?
No. Because we've started trading with other nations like Renland, who wouldn't want to lose access.
That's peace.
So all we need is a port, and we could be Enclave the Second?
Pretty much. I'm sure your leaders...
The Adelrad.
Right. Are aware of that. Probably the Empire too. Just fascinating how history repeats.
If we ever get out of here, I'll talk to my mother about this. Show her life on the roads helped me learn some things.
We'll get out. And when we do, you can say a big hello from us all.
Scaldo.
Hey.
Hey.
Tá, minha irmã. Suas penas aí.
How do you feel?
Okay now, but it was touch and go for a while. Lane will probably never forgive me. For that matter, I might not either.
I knew that fight. The spindle, giving her life like that. It'd be on your mind all night. How could it not? And I've been mulling over what to tell you this morning. I had a speech planned, but you don't need a speech. You're like me. It'd ring false. So I'm going to tell you what I'd need to hear after something like that. You did good. It was an awful situation, but you stood up and did what needed to be done without hesitating. Not many people have that kind of grit.
Saí bem, mas é bom ver a confirmação. Agradecer a ela. Encarar um horror desconhecido de frente é incrível. Gabaça. Pode dizer isso, mas provavelmente significa todos terem sobrevivido.
You're right. I think that was what I needed to hear. Thanks, Aurea.
You deserve it. You've come so far in here. We've all had to adapt, but you more than anyone. Look, I know you, Bryn. You're made of stern stuff. You've the mountains in your bones. Any sense of doubt or being shaken is just snowfall. Temporary, and it'll slide off soon.
That was the part you practiced, right?
Yes. But that doesn't make it less true.
Okay. Okay. Thoughts on what we do next? We obviously need to deal with that beast. But where to start?
We need to get everyone together. Our band, Arakim too. And I want you to call the meeting.
Me?
Yes. You.
Eu não bando no divinatório.
The spindle sacrificed everything for us. We could have lost Bryn just as quickly as we lost her.
We didn't.
Do you know what's amazing?
Tell me.
Digging into the past and salvaging relics that change your understanding of everything we do. Maybe this is old hat for you, because you've been free to do it for so long.
I haven't been doing it that long, but I can't imagine it will ever get old.
Well, good. So, our relics of the day are those scries we recovered, which work very much like yours. Which demolishes my original bet on ours having been affected by this surge somehow. My best guess now is that they're working so well because they were packed up so tight. I floated the idea with Dharm and he was pretty into it. Want to join me in following up?
Oh. Don't need me to do the asking this time?
No. I'm getting the hang of.
Uma missão. Andando.
Isla sacrificed everything for us.
Still can't believe she's gone.
Her death could have been prevented if... Never mind. I can't even go there right now. It's good you're here, Bryn. We have a mystery to solve. A scrinundrum. Ah, no, that doesn't work.
Scriddle?
Ah, damn it. That's so much better. You two are fun. To business, though, what we need to really work on the scries is a new set of the tools I use to maintain ours.
Do you not have them?
Lost in our mad dash through the veil. I hadn't felt the urgent need to replace them just yet, but if we're to compare and contrast our 3 classes of scry, we'll need them.
This is usually the part where I find myself wrestling a giant lizard or something. So you might as well just tell me now.
Bryn, you never fail to cut to the heart of the matter, but I have good tidings. We need you to pick a flower.
A flower? That's it?
Not quite. It's from a plant renowned for its magical sensitivity called Mirian's Bloom. And the tricky part, Dom was telling me, is that it can't be moved via any kind of teleportation. No loom gates and such.
Pode ser transportada.
Indeed, and complicating matters, it withers very quickly once picked. Lane and I can stabilize it, but we'll need our workstations here to do so, which means...
I'm going to have to run.
Pretty much. Sorry about that.
I'll just stretch extra. Do we know where I can find some?
Yes, in the swamp not too far from here, on the other side of the hollow.
Tá me julgando, hein, mano? Caramba, velho. A galera mandou mensagem aqui, eu nem via. Ixi, o negócio aqui não funcionou não. Foi mal aí, galera. Deixa eu abrir novamente pra ver. Oxi, doido. Salve Hunter X. Bem-vindo ao canal, valeu pela presença, mano, pela mensagem. Opa, amigo, boa noite. Valeu pelo like aí. Você já enfrentou o arco de gelo? Tem mais de um, né? São 3. Um pra cada magia, né, de gelo. Segundo mais de fogo também. Já enfrentei já. Todos eles. Só falta pegar a última magia. Vou ser mais pra frente aí. Pela Felzeira, e aí, mano? Pela presença também, pelo like aí, pelo apoio. Peço desculpas aí por não ter visto a mensagem. Meu unificador de chat aqui parou de funcionar. Não sei o que houve. Deixa eu abrir novamente aqui. Tem um pássaro e tem um arco mesmo. Tipo robô, isso aí. E tem uma espécie de lagarto também. Mais rastejante. Ele tem uma pelagem lá que você precisa queimar, né? Pra poder pegar o núcleo dele. E queimar a juba dele. Aí ela aparece. Parece assim. Acho que agora vai funcionar. Aí agora sim. É isso aí. No pântano, não muito longe daqui. Lá do outro lado do vale.
Sounds like a plan.
Salve Juca aí também. Um apoio aí. Valeu pela presença. Manutenção do divinatório. Nossa. Vou pegar essa flor aí. O que é que eu faço? Domínio do Arconte. Brejo da Draga. Leve a flor ao acampamento sem qualquer viagem mágica. Brejo da Draga, né? Brejo da Draga. Eu lembro que tem passagem. Uma passagem de volta. Dois lugares são conectados. Dois lugares. A passagem ali. Domínio do Arconte. Ali embaixo. Pegar logo esses nossos.
I'm going to let Arik power the scry for your run with the Bloom Grin.
Appreciate it, Aurea.
You could use the practice.
Seguir o bicho. Nossa, mas agitar o bicho, né?
Those are the Miriam flowers, Bryn. Just remember, once you pick one, time starts running down. Then it's a nice steady pace back here. You got it.
Se pegar tem que correr, hein? Ixi, aquele bichão.
Here goes.
Good. Now move.
Corre, doida. Não quero papo com você, não. Tem que andar um bocado.
Good progress, Bryn. Smooth and steady.
Era pra ter o time, né? O timezinho.
It's looking a bit
Vocês querem?
off.
That's normal. Just keep moving and you'll be fine.
Eu não tô longe assim, não. Tô perto já.
She's got this.
Já chegamos.
Did we?
Yes. Oh, we're good. Excellent work, everyone. We'll get this over to Solar, Bryn. She'll be ready for you whenever.
Você quer um negócio? Agora, falar com o lixo. Peço permissão para dar, estudar, usar divinatórios. Falar com o lixo ainda. Tem que pedir permissão. Pedir permissão. do YouTube aí, se inscreve no canal, deixa o likezão aí. Deixa o like na live. Nos apoia aí. Falar primeiro. Perdeu a amada dela.
You mentioned you were in charge. Does that mean you're the new eye now?
Olha agora.
So the council is larger than just the 3 main representatives. As you heard, we convened and unanimously agreed that Kenrick had overstayed his welcome in the role of the Eye. So he's been stripped of that, and by default, that means I'm in charge. Emergency authority. Am I the Eye? No. And nor do I particularly want to be, right? But when the time is right to hold elections, we'll do so. We need to break this cycle.
What cycle do you mean?
Council seats weren't permanent before the surge. That idea was Kenrick's. And it's clearly not worked out for us. So again, once we've solved this crisis, we'll chart a new path. Assuming we survive. After all, we could all be dead this time next week. Before you ask, the answer is maybe.
About the scries? You know?
Of course I know. In this role, I can't afford to be oblivious to one of my colleagues sneaking about. And while well-meaning, Arakim is about as stealthy as a glass tail on rice paper.
Ele meteu bem a piada, né? Pelo visto ela quer dizer o contrário, né? Não é tão furtivo assim. É, cauda de vidro é um bicho gigante.
Which brings me to my question. The answer will tip me from maybe to yes or no. Why are you here and not him?
Que você vê e não ele. Para responder com franqueza, dizer que isso está fora do alcance de Eric. Para testar minha confiança. Dizer ela porque sou a escolha certa. Quer falar com o Eric. Olhar para as experiências dela com o olho.
Khan Arteme, you know Kenrick's temper as well as anyone. How many times did Arakim get punished for daring to step out of line? He has incredible intentions, and will do anything to help your people. But you need to build his trust and confidence.
Let me come again to the point. Why you, and not Arakim?
Honestly, I don't think he knows how to ask.
It's as simple as him asking me. I am not Stanhild.
No, but you have to prove that to Eric as much as he has to prove himself to you. That was the lesson I learned from Oria. The best leaders are mentors and meet their people halfway. That's what Eric needs from you.
An interesting point. I suppose he did not receive much support. Well, ever. Very well. You have my approval. I shall be watching very closely to see how this proceeds. And fair winds. I hope you can find your answers. I just wish Isla were here to help.
You certainly wear emergency powers of authority comfortably, Hero.
tempo falar, bicho.
Ridiculous! The Stanilds have been receiving the rite of ashes at the Hallowpire Rise for generations. That Hirun doesn't want to send a mourning party is an insult to her memory.
That's not fair. You know Khan Otame would love to give Isla...
Don't say her name.
All I'm saying is the Axel lost someone too. You don't need to make this harder on her.
And who, pray tell, is working to ease my pain? The answer is in the silence. No one.
Perdeu a filha. Deixa eu entrar aqui, vai. Tá aqui. Falar com ela aqui para saber os resultados da investigação. Não. O cara tá ali. Mudar um acampamento.
What did we learn about the scries, fellas?
Nothing good, unfortunately.
You know how all enchanted things use woven patterns to achieve their effects yet? Well, the scries used here for decades were... warped. There's no other way to describe them.
Some sort of corruption or decay?
Not exactly. More like elements had fused or connected in different ways than were intended by the enchanter.
I take it that's not normal.
Darm's never seen it, and I asked the High Enchanter, and he had never heard of it either.
Even more worrying is that the Myriad's bloom also behaved strangely while we were trying to distill it. Normally there is a very rote set of steps, but it took Lane and I several tries to find the proper alchemic ratios to make it useful.
And then we have the Spitfires, acting more aggressive than normal, nesting in odd places. Putting it all together, we're seeing a worrying pattern of unexplained changes.
Ones that would be hard to notice if a certain band hadn't broken through the veil. We can confirm these changes aren't happening outside the Enclave.
Huh. What do we do about it then?
Darm and I have been talking about it and have some ideas. Give us a little bit of time to see if we can come up with a plan.
I'll leave you to it.
So,
You were really moving out there.
I was told time was of the essence.
Yeah, but you made it look easy. Maybe someday you could give classes to the novice scouts.
com certeza consegue lidar com a preparação de batedores.
I can't imagine your people really need classes in how to run. Comes kind of built in with having legs, no?
Well, you make it look effortless. But when someone's new to it, there's a lot to learn. Balance, gait, breathing.
I've had people note that training in the mountain air probably helped.
I've read about that, but, well, not a lot of chances to compare in recent years. But yes, breathing for distance is a skill, as is conserving energy so you have enough left to push when you need it. Dom and I have been running down the mystery of our alchemically odd plants and degraded scries. We've got a working hypothesis, but we're going to need to lean on you again to prove it.
Não importa de ajudar, se resolver o mistério. Descobrir do que ele precisa. Está sendo bem assertivo. Dizer que aprova o seu trabalho que eles estão fazendo.
As long as I don't have to do any more cross-swamp runs, count me in.
Worse, I'm afraid. We think the source of the problem might be the miasma. Darm's theory is that it's slowly affecting the patterns inside the Enclave.
Our enchantments?
Everything. We've never been able to perceive or harvest them, but there's a school of thought that everything alive has a pattern in it. And if that pattern allows us to interact with and control magic, the theory goes that magic might be able to affect us in turn.
You think we're in danger?
Obviously, tangles are inherently dangerous, but that's the question we want to answer. Could they affect the creatures here in more subtle ways? Could too much magic explain the Spitfire's behavior? If so, we have to worry there might be long-term effects on...
Spirits. How do we prove it?
You've been collecting resonance for all your time in here, as have our enchanters. That data gives us a baseline. What he needs, then, is a comparison resonance harvested during a miasma from any of the natural beasts. Arcs won't help, alas.
Right. I'll tackle it as soon as I can.
It certainly is disturbing to think an enchantment can warp.
Any sign of our scry reacting, like the Heartsider ones?
None, but it might be a matter of time. Who knows what a year or a decade might bring? We'll have to watch closely. Oh, that's rather exciting now I think of it.
I've been running more tests on the bloom you recovered.
You didn't need it all for Darm's tools?
No, thankfully. We had a number of false starts with the alchemical processes, but we had enough petals even then. It does speak to the issue, though. I tried every control I could think of, and can only conclude that the bloom itself is... off.
Could it just have been that one flower?
Perhaps. Either way, it warrants further study. But Arakim's offered to help us collect more, so it won't impact you.
Fio, coletar ressonância de qualquer criatura nativa enquanto esta está sob o efeito do miasma. Qualquer criatura nativa.
I'm with you, Bryn. Didn't expect the miasma to be so intense over the scry.
You get used to it. Just have to use a more gentle touch and feel the way it slides.
Passar rápido aqui, galera.
red cotton for the barn.
Porra, meu irmão. Tô tirando flecha, meu irmão. É difícil deixar sem bicho. Coletar uma ressonância. Baixei o pipoco. Avançar aqui.
know everyone's up in their heads right now, but we have real problems to solve. So let's clear the air.
Are you running this discussion, then?
She is.
Sev, this has to start with you. We knew you were working with the Eye. We told you we'd have your back. Help us understand what happened. Just breathe, Sev. Start from the beginning.
I'm sure Bryn and Sola told you all. But I belong to an order called the Norians. We're sometimes called the Watersmiths. Imagine my surprise to learn our talents had been critical to the construction of the tapestry. Our order binds us to always help another Norian. Especially a high-ranking one like Stanild. And to keep their secrets.
So that's how he sunk his claws into you.
Pra saber quem serve é leal agora. Deixa as Norianas do lado.
The most important thing is whether we can trust you.
Yes, Sev. Convince us.
I swear, nothing I did was intended to cause harm. Too many of my order are political animals. But there is real good to be found among the Norians. Craftspeople who just wish to perfect their art. To bring water to people in need. To experiment, but need the resources to do so. Unfortunately, too many of those resources are controlled by people like the... They're all the same. They see a point of control. Water, information, wealth. And they abuse it. I thought the secrets were a necessary evil. For some great purpose, but... Seeing his chokehold on the Enclave... It's stagnation. You all have every right to distrust me. I am sorry.
If you can't be a Norian, then what are you?
If you'd have me, I'd like to stay.
Those of us who have been here longer than Sev. Thoughts?
It's hard to have divided loyalties. But you did the right thing in the end, and if you hadn't, we might all be dead. That takes courage.
Still wasn't quick enough.
I don't know what to make of any of this. I want to believe you, but it's hard in the uncertainty surrounding us.
We've all had a very tough time since we came through the Veil. I would have grabbed for some kind of normalcy or order, too.
You are all heard. And I would add that you joined us under false pretenses, Sev. You had loyalties outside the band you never disclosed.
I have a hard time accepting that he kept so much from us, but shared so much with the Eye. Who knows what Stanild, or gods help us, the Talon heard about us? Only time will tell how much damage that's done.
Lane, I hear you and I understand. Sev has real work to do to rebuild trust. Only you can decide when the apology feels real to you. Sev, that considered, you have worked tirelessly since joining us, and demonstrated an enterprising spirit and deftness as a smith. And before the blade could completely fall, you risked all by blocking it with your own hand. You can never be a Norian again. I do not sense that you wish to be. And who are the Weavers but a group of outcasts and misfits, just trying to muddle through together? You will stay, And you will help. We have work to do. Tell us about Stanild's plan.
Thank you, Horia.
Era isso. Já discuti a solução do problema.
I'm sure we all have things we want to say. To Sev and each other. But that can wait. Right now, while we're all here together, we need to focus on next steps. But here's our challenge. That Talon. It spoke. It knew things it couldn't know about us. We're on the back foot.
Then let me, as Horia said, help. After I repaired the gate, Stanild took me completely into his confidence. He'd been questioning and learning from the Talon. Or so he thought.
Not realizing he was being manipulated.
He was increasingly estranged from his daughter. I'd wager he was desperate for a friend.
I'd agree. Based on what he'd learned from the Surgeborn from his friend, he put together a plan.
Use my people as a distraction to pull the bulk of the Surgeborn out of the underworks. All while he used the gate to... what?
There is a place, deep, deep underground, known as the Source. A feat of engineering unparalleled. It's the secret to the Enclave's power. The abundance of magic. The heart of the tapestry. The thing powering the Veil. There was only a single loom gate still connected to the Source after Asylum cleared all connections. And I'm the one who repaired it.
The Grand Gate would take him right to the heart of things then.
Exactly.
Stanild thought he could... what? Sneak down there and fix things somehow? Tear down the Veil?
His hope was to go down and secure a working space, sealed off from the distracted Surgeborn. He wants to eventually fix things with the help of the Spindle. All glory to his family.
That arrogant idiot.
He'd read in his personal archives there was a system designed to shut down the Source. In the hopes of discovering how it worked, he had been feeding information to the Spindle about it in drips.
Meaning she might have been working on a fix for the Source without knowing it.
Then we have to pursue her research, clearly.
Good. But we still have the problem Stanild never saw coming. A great Surgeborn.
Which almost certainly will be unkillable if it operates like every other Surgeborn. It's hard to imagine any place more full of tangles than the literal source of the magic that's overflowing.
On that, I have an idea. If I'm right, we might be able to turn the tables and remove its advantage. I'll need Bryn's help if that's all right with everyone.
Of course. If it gives us a chance, we have to take it.
I agree.
Has anyone just thought to ask the Talon?
What would we ask it? Favorite color? Favorite way to disembowel Ashar?
No, she's right. It has clearly demonstrated an interest in Bryn. Maybe she could pry some information out of it.
I'm not sure I'll get much. But I'm also sure I'm not going to think it's my friend. So, worth exploring?
Then we have a path forward. Sev will pursue his thoughts on dealing with that beast.
My people have started calling it the Herald.
Of destruction? Doom?
Why not both? As I said, people are on edge.
Fine. Sev pursues weakening this Herald. We work with the Axle to look into the Spindle's latest research. And if she feels like it, Bryn has a chat with our imprisoned Surgeborn.
As good a path forward as we are going to find. Let's call it here and get to work.
Bryn, would you...
Check on Sev? Always. But how are you holding up?
I'm all right. Just worried about him. He did the right thing in the end, and he seems to have come back to us for now, but all those issues that led him to the Eye in the first place, they aren't solved in a day.
He needs us now more than ever.
Exactly.
I appreciated your candor in the meeting, Sev.
It was terrifying. Wasn't sure I'd be allowed to stay. You didn't get to voice an opinion with the others. Are we?
Vai se abrir se eu gritar. Vê se posso confiar no meu.
I'm not upset with you. If anything, cautiously certain that what you did was for the right... You'll need to keep proving yourself, of course. But in the end, you came through.
I knew something was wrong the moment that thing started talking to me when Stanild wasn't around. It was very focused on you.
Me?
So much so that it said the only way the plan would succeed was if you talked to it. It reeked of trap. I didn't survive a decade around Tarzan Norians without picking up when someone's holding a knife behind their smile.
But you still took me down there.
Sorry. An educated risk. I felt there was nothing it could do and wanted the whole band to hear it talk. I don't think it understood we have the scry.
And Stanild wouldn't use one, of course.
The Talon was his deepest secret. Whom would he tell?
Can you tell me more about Stanild's plans for once he went through the Grand Gate?
He was counting on Isla. She was exceptional at protective fields. But even then, no. The Talon had convinced him he'd be able to survive, and fool that he was, he trusted it. We can't afford that mistake. But I have a theory. You know how the weather sometimes skews wildly hot and cold?
Right. The aeroliths.
What else do we see on similar cycles?
Miasma.
Exactly. So...
You think the aeroliths are able to affect raw magic somehow?
I do. And in Stanild's private records and designs. I found notes, specifically on aeroliths with Norian commentary.
You think the Norians were involved in their creation?
It would certainly explain why Tarza had such access to aeroliths before the Surge. If I'm right, this might be the key to making the source survivable.
Fewer tangles means less dead me. Absolutely. Where do we start?
You'll need to head to the Watersmith area of the Institute, and I'll guide you from there.
Bryn, I examined the wreckage at the Grand Gate after everything that
Found something useful?
A kinetic strand, in fact. The Ark must have torn it from the Herald's pattern in the chaos of the battle.
Think we could weave it into my mantle?
I don't see why not. Its pattern appears to be quite similar to those found on wild creatures and Archons.
All right. We need every advantage.
Then let's get to work.
Olha. Desafio para desbloquear um novo poder.
And we're finished. This will be quite the powerful addition to your mantle.
How so?
This strand can twist kinetic magic into a tunnel. In battle, you could push debris or enemies through it and send them flying through the air quite forcefully.
Could I jump through it?
I suppose you could.
Hey, there's a lot of tall buildings, flying creatures. This is going to be great.
You're right. Just try to be careful.
Usar pra saltar. Nossa, Mara. Olha pelo apoio. Bem-vindo aí. Como é que melhora essa magia?
I hate to do this when we're already dealing with something like 7 distinct major crises each day. I've got 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Eu escutaria a notícia ruim primeiro, pedir que ela vá com calma. Do outro lado, talvez ela saiba que eu esperaria o pedido dela e tenha trocado para mim.
The second one.
Excellent choice. We have a stove problem. We use specially enchanted coals to maximize burn time and minimize weight, and we're dead out of them. And second, the stove itself is dented. Rather badly.
What? How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't do stove maintenance. I'm the logistics girl. Maybe Sev sat on it.
He's still got bum fur, so if he did, it wasn't on.
E pila no bubo.
Regardless, this is a damn and solar fix. One problem each.
I'm not sure they're in the best place right now.
That's why I'm asking you. They both love you, and can be grown-ups for the good of the group. Oria's already sick of salad.
Eles estão em missão agora.
I'm sorry.
For what?
You saw through the eye from the start, and I doubted you when I shouldn't have.
I have experience dealing with slimy, over-promising leaders, so foresight was on my side there.
I'm serious. I didn't realize he was capable of this.
No one could have predicted he would be manipulated so thoroughly. That level of incompetence is hard to foresee.
The Eye is the highest position of leadership within the Enclave. The most progressive place in the Maida.
One we've been told stories of our entire lives. It's become mythic.
The more time we spend here, the more I realize that those were practically fairy tales. I allowed myself to be blinded by his title. I need to be sharper next time. Hey, mind if we talk somewhere private?
Lead the way.
I won't be returning to expeditions. I've known for a while now, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. My days as point are over.
I thought you were recovering from your injury.
Not as well as I should be. That I got injured at all was a sign that I'm not as fast as I used to be. I should count myself lucky. Not many points get a career this long, but I'm not ready for this to end. Especially here, of all places. What kind of legacy is it to reach the Enclave only to sit by the fire?
But you've had an incredible career. And it isn't ending just because you can't go on expeditions.
I know, but it's not the same. And some part of me was hoping to end on a big score. I thought if I found out who my father was, if he turned out to be some great weaver like my mother, it's silly.
Tell me.
I thought I could solidify my legacy in history. Make sense of what my own contributions have been, if anything at all.
You're an incredible weaver in your own right. You don't need impressive parents to prove that. And if you had to pick your last act as point, isn't finding your way into the Enclave the biggest score of all? You're everything I want to be.
That's very kind. Maybe in time I'll make peace with what my career has been. But for now, it's too raw.
Is there anything I can do?
Unless you can give me a few years back. This is grief I'll need to sit with for a while.
I understand. I wish there was something I could do to help Aurea see herself the way I see her. Lane knows a thing or two about recording legacies.
It's aqui.
Ah, good. We're all here.
Yes, we're here to talk about the stove.
Anyway, stove's not working. Campfire sucks by comparison. How are we fixing this?
Yes, please, let's talk about the stove.
How did we run out of coal anyway? I spent 2 days in Varentia working on that last batch.
Sure. But then we ended up in the Enclave. So now we need to find more. Also in the Enclave.
I don't easily have the materials to process another batch. But the temple might have some. I hate to admit it, but that was the one really useful thing I took out of my time with the Church of the Hallowed Pyre. They know their fuels.
Great! Temple. But what good's coal without a proper place to burn it for cooking? Solar?
If we're able to find coal like before, then it'll just be a case of reforming and reinforcing the old stove. I will need a few materials. I'll draft up a list for Bryn.
Good. Excellent. We're moments away from hot food. Go team!
So I'll...
Go team!
Robusto, reforçado.
Lane, I was wondering if you could help me with something.
What is it?
Well, it turns out Aurea's search for her father wasn't just about finding her family.
Crusades into one's lineage rarely are. Let me guess. She didn't find the missing piece of herself that she hoped she would, and now she's having an existential crisis.
Yeah, that kind of sums up.
It happens. So, what has all this really been about?
She knows she needs to retire, and she's struggling with what her legacy has been.
Ah, isn't it strange how the most accomplished people never seem to recognize their own success?
Yeah, I was hoping you could help with that. After all, isn't chronicling a legacy your specialty?
We could certainly commemorate her career with a written account. A lovely idea. I would suggest we personalize it with anecdotes from each of our traveling companions, as they've been in Oria's band longer than you or I. Would you interview them for me? Legacies may be my specialty, but you might have the leg up when it comes to connecting with others.
Sure, I can do that. Any tips on what to ask them?
Ask whatever you like. Maybe you want a few humorous stories in the mix? Though some readers prefer heartfelt. Why don't I start by interviewing you?
Me?
Of course. We'll need your input. What has Oria meant to you?
Cuidando em mim e tudo, compartilhar meus sentimentos sobre ela. Aprendi muito com ela. Destacar competência.
Oria was legendary to me before we met. To have someone like her give me unparalleled opportunity and responsibility, it means the world to me. She's a true guiding light in my career.
Great. I'll transcribe that and start her biography. Take notes when you speak to the others and come back to me.
Falar com bando.
You know, a lot of points struggle with transitioning into a watcher's role full-time. And there's never been a point more passionate than Oria.
I know. I hope this eases her pain.
I'm sure it will. Now, what can I do to help?
Olha, tem lado leve que muitos não veem sobre histórias engraçadas. Você sabe que Oria é um grande líder. Perguntar por quê.
We'll definitely highlight Ori's accomplishments, but I'm wondering if you've got any lighter stories to share.
Oh, there was this one time I had to borrow a pair of her trousers after an experiment went awry. Well, borrowed without asking first.
So you stole her trousers? And they fit you?
It was wash day, and I was trying to accelerate the drying process with a little magical heat. When all my clothes went up in flames, no one else in the camp would let me touch theirs. So I borrowed a pair from Oria while she was out on an expedition, hoping to find a solution before she returned. Alas, I did not. When she came back, she simply cocked her brow and said they looked better on me than her. I still have those trousers. They're comfortable, so I wear them on wash day for a laugh. And if I have to belt them above my ribs, so be it.
Thanks for sharing, Dan.
Bren, I love what you're doing for Oria. How can I help?
Para quem está há mais tempo no bando, perguntar como Oria mudou ao longo dos anos. Oria é conhecida por sua coragem. Então, qual foi seu maior feito?
You've been in the Weaver Band the longest. How do you think Oria has changed throughout her career?
To be a point for as long as Arya has is extremely rare. The knowledge she's acquired at a time when weavers have lost so much is invaluable. She's always been passionate about recovering what was lost since the Surge. Though, I think feeling alone in that ambition has taken a toll on her over...
In what way?
Not all weavers are in this for our collective culture the way Arya is. Many of them only seek personal glory. When Casman didn't work out as her replacement point, she became worried she might never find someone that shared her vision for this band. It meant a lot when she finally found you.
Wow. Thank you, Zola.
Happy to help.
Nome encantado da piração.
I haven't known Aurea for as long as the others, but she's done a lot for me. I'd like to help with your project if I can.
Of course, Sev.
What do you want to know?
Sam chegou depois dos outros, perguntar por que ele escolheu esse bando. Claramente gostando da Ioria. Então o que ela fez por ele?
What drew you to Oria's Weaver Band?
Truthfully, it was Sola. I wanted to learn as a smith's apprentice, and her craftsmanship is unparalleled. But, I suppose, something she said about her leader always stuck with me. She said that Aurea valued competence and accountability above all else. It didn't matter what your station was or where you came from. In the Norian order, station was all that mattered, along with towing the line. I don't know. I thought it would be freeing to just focus on the work for once.
I suppose getting trapped with us wasn't the freeing experience you hoped for.
In some ways, no. But it's nice to be valued for my work, instead of my ability to cover for a superior's poor behavior.
Thanks, Sev.
Glad to be of service.
Então, tanto que pra falar.
Your idea to commemorate Aurea's career with Lane is lovely. How can I help?
Agora afetou todos nós, perguntar como ela afetou Casman. Heroísmo de Ioria lendário, perguntar qual feito deveria nos incluir no relato de Lane.
If you were to summarize Oria's influence on your life, what would that be?
Aurea saved me from serious burnout with the Udean relief efforts. Not that being a weaver isn't without its challenges, but the longer I worked the relief ships, the worse the fatigue hit me. And I think that had become my entire identity. Barely a few minutes into meeting me, Aurea asked if I ever thought of becoming a weaver. I thought she was mad. But I guess she had observed me giving orders and organizing shipments on the docks all morning. By the end of our conversation, I had a new purpose and a home in her band.
That's perfect. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure.
Falar alguma coisa de Tommy.
Through the veil is the key to securing the source.
Bichão. Não fala não, bichão. As Crônicas de Horia, Bico de Prata.
My hand is cramped. But the account of Oria's career is finished.
Great. I'll gather everyone if you're ready to present it.
I'll need to ice my quill hand. But, of course.
Let's hope she likes this.
She will.
Deu cãibra.
What's going on?
We wanted to present the latest addition to Lane's archive to you, together. We all contributed, though credit goes to Lane for compiling and writing it.
I've titled it A True and Personal Account of Oria Silverbeak Harpinet.
What is going on?
We wanted to do something special to commemorate your time as Point.
You didn't have to do all this.
We did. You've done more for each of us time and time again.
No one is more deserving of a place in Weaver history than you, Oria.
So we took it upon ourselves to write you one.
As a thank you for everything.
I don't know what to say.
Lane, why don't you read just the opening?
Oria Silverbeak, as she came to be known, was born to Sharian Harpinet and Eugenius Osphine inside the Enclave just before the Surge.
Osphine?
Though she never knew her father, her mother hoped Oria would follow in her footsteps as a skilled enchantress within the Maida. But Oria decided to become a Point, blazing her own trail. Something she would continue to do throughout her career, bigger and bolder each time. We'll let you read the rest on your own.
We hope this account will help you see yourself and your accomplishments the way we see you.
I'm at a loss. All I can say right now is...
Bryn, I was so moved by what you did for Oria. It's clear she means a lot to all of you.
Thank you. She does.
But her father, Eugenius Osphine, I know who he is.
You do?
Yes. And I want you to make an offering for his grave. I can give you a key swatch to reach it.
Wait, you know where it is?
I do. And I'm sure Oria would love to watch you visit on the scry.
Okay, but shouldn't we tell her?
Trust me, this is something you should show her directly. Come back when you've got the offering and I'll give you the key swatch.
Delton. Ali, olha. Olha de sopa invernal.
One of Oria's feathers would be beautiful as part of the offering for her father's grave.
Uma solta assim. Vou pegar aqui, né? Eu sou besta. Atenção contra mim. São 20.
An offering for you, Genius. Time to talk to Arik. I've made an offering for Eugenius's grave.
Great. Here's the key swatch to his farm. That's where he was buried.
Zelda.
I'll join Aurea at the scry when you arrive.
Are you sure you don't want to be the one to place the offering? This was your idea, after all.
It will be more meaningful for her if it's you. Trust me.
All right. Thank...
Pastagens Zeus Fini. Como é que usa esse negócio? Acesso a esse portal, é isso? Copiar. Isso mesmo. Postagem de Deus Fino. Fazenda procurada por Aurea. Encontra-se acessível via porteira. Tem tudo também. Ou seja, já estava aqui. Desacantes.
What is this place?
Osvine Pastures. Your father's farm. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself.
My father lived here.
More than lived. He gave his blood, sweat, and tears for the Enclave here. Eugenius Osvine may not have a statue in Denevron for excellence in weaving or kissing the eye's arse, but he kept the surviving weavers afloat during the aftermath of the Surge.
I had no idea.
After the surge, he only kept enough produce to take care of himself and his workers. The rest went to weavers across the Enclave, and his generosity led to many helping him in return.
I can't believe he did so much for the Enclave.
He was a true leader, if not in the most traditional way. A community of workers formed around him, including ex-points, who would transport his food across the Enclave in these caravans. Many of whom went on to form the Scouts as an organization that still exists within Cassidy's Hold today.
So that's how you know all this.
Before the arcs began malfunctioning, they were integral to farming across the Enclave. Many farmers refused to stop using them because of their efficiency, even at the risk of their farmhands being attacked. But your father scrapped his arcs as soon as he got wind of the first malfunction to keep his workers safe.
That can't have been an easy decision.
But he made it, anyway.
Everyone thought he was mad at the time, but in a few months when the attacks became widespread, his forethought was recognized. After the surge, aftershocks destroyed many farms, including this one. Tangles spread across the land, crops began to die. While other farmers abandoned their livelihood, Eugenius never did. He had to rebuild many times, but he weathered every storm.
Wow. My mother told me he was driven.
Of all his workers, Eugenius was said to be the first one in the field each morning and the last to leave at night.
He sounds a lot like you, Aurea. This looks like a wooden carving of your mother, Aurea.
Please, bring it back for me.
Of course.
Isso é claro. Eu vou jogar fora. Um monte de bicho aqui. Um monte de bicho para afagar. Nessa forma. Gostei de um carinho. Vocês já foram já? Já recebeu? Nada é isso. Pago para todos. Cada um recebe um. Pronto, tá bom, né? Eu já recebi você.
This must be your father's grave, Aurea. I'll place an offering here. It certainly won't be lonely. Are all these offerings for Eugenius, Eric? Some of the flowers are fresh.
The scouts continue to take care of his grave to this day, to honor all the sacrifices he made for the Enclave.
He must have been an incredible man.
This is so much more than I ever could have expected. Thank you for showing me, Eric. Truly. And Bryn, when you come back to camp, there's something I need to do.
É mesmo. Que será? Não dá nem pra usar o negocinho. Teleporte. Volta andando, né? Swag.
All right, everyone. It's no secret that my role in our band is changing. What each of you has done to help me find peace in that is more than anyone deserves. And the time has come for me to say that serving each of you as point has been just Being your point has been the privilege of my life. I've loved every minute of it. But in every ending, there's a new beginning. She's been doing the job since we got here, and the time has come for us to congratulate Bryn on formally becoming your point.
Well deserved.
She's been exceptional. We're in great hands.
Bryn, care to say a few words?
Graças a uma pessoa, agradecer a Aurea por tudo que ela fez.
Aurea, you brought me into your band with the promise of mentoring me. And it's been more than I ever dreamed. If I can become half the point you've been, I will be happy.
I couldn't ask for someone better to pass the torch to.
Thank you, Aurea. That means everything.
You earned it. And I should have done it a while ago. It was just hard to let go.
Descobriu a linhagem de Aurea. Curiosidade cultivada.
What my father did for the Enclave is... well, it's more than I could hope to achieve. It's funny. My mother never lied about who he was, but she did leave a lot out.
Sounds like he was the hero she described, if not in the way you expected. But from where I'm standing, he seems more deserving of a statue than most.
Yes. You know I never looked down on my father for being a farmer, right? My reaction to finding out his identity for the first time wasn't about his job or him not being who I wanted or expected him to be. It was about me, not being who I thought I wanted to be. But perhaps my way of measuring success has been far too narrow all these years. And I can't help but wonder if my mother's was too. If that might be why she never told me who he was.
Maybe that was a part of it.
It wasn't like she put pressure on me, but there were always unspoken expectations. I needed to perform. And I'm grateful to her for that. I wouldn't have the career I've had if it weren't for her. She was a great mentor. But perhaps there's a cycle to break when it comes to how my family has defined its legacy.
I think that's beautiful.
You do?
Of course. I told you I look up to you. I can't wait to learn as much from this phase of your career as I have from all the others.
Me too.
Agora a gente faz os materiais, pegar o carvão especial no alto da Pira-Sacra. Isso aqui eu não sei como que faz. Qualquer criatura serve, mais nada de artes. Criaturas nativas. Esse aqui também. Resolver isso aqui, ó.
You are hardly in any position to make lofty demands. The Council convened and unanimously stripped you of your role. You no longer hold the privileges of the Eye.
And how quickly did you convene that council? You hardly waited for my daughter's body to cool.
She is dead because of you. Because of your reckless behavior and deception, no less.
Tarun, how dare you? Every decision I've made, every action I've taken has been for her protection.
Abandoning her at the Grand Gate was for her protection. We all saw you on the scry. And that is Khan Arteme to you, Kenrick.
Is this a bad time?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
No. You're more than welcome at Cassidon's Hold. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
I came to offer my condolences. To both of you.
Oh. Thank you.
Trabalhar vai ser igual a admirar seu intelecto. Ela defendeu aquilo que acreditava.
She was nothing short of brilliant. Everyone in our Weaver band could see it. She dedicated her life to reclaiming lost knowledge of the Arcs. The world is better for it.
She was exceptional. It's hard to imagine the Enclave will ever recover from this loss.
Then why are you so opposed to giving her the funeral she deserves?
With the Surgeborn swarming Denevron, we can't risk a trip to the Hallowpire Rise.
For generations, every Stanild has received the right of ashes upon death. Isla will not be the exception to this.
Could I perform the rite on your behalf?
You? Don't tell me you're a Hallowpire priestess on top of being a righteous pain in my ass.
Skies, do you want a funeral or not? She's our best option.
Isla saved my life. I want to help you honor her death.
I suppose you do owe her that. Fine. For the rite of ashes, you need to burn an object that was sacred to the deceased upon the High Pyre. As you collect the ashes, you must read a rite aloud to thank the flames for bringing the deceased to rest.
Do you have an object that was sacred to Isla?
Isla's most prized possessions aren't in Cassidon's Hold. She had a secret refuge in Dredger's Mire. You're sure to find something. She was always sneaking away at night to work there.
You knew she was sneaking out of Cassidon's Hold.
I knew my daughter better than she realized. Return to me with the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn.
Hey, I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
I am broken. Everyone wants a piece of me. Regardless.
Because you're in charge.
For now. I don't know how I'm supposed to carry on like this. Without her, she wouldn't want me to cry.
You can if you need to. I know our Weaver band is still fairly new here, but you've got our support.
The funeral will honor her memory. Even if it's not what he wants. each one day at a time, Bryn. That's all we can promise to ourselves.
What is it now?
I know we've had our differences, but your daughter was helping my friend before she...
Don't.
I was wondering if you could finish what she started. Our quartermaster is in a lot of pain. She's suffering from a condition called Era's Plague. I've brought everything needed to make a sleeping balm.
I suppose I can prepare the balm for you. Here you are. And I've written down the recipe for your alchemist so that you don't need to bother me again.
Thank you so much.
Have your quartermaster rub a little of the balm on her forehead, temples, and wrists before she goes to sleep. She'll fall into a deep slumber.
I hope she's willing to try this.
For what it's worth, I hope your quartermaster recovers.
Oh,
Is that all then? You've taken up enough of my time.
Bora daqui.
We all wanted to come together to support you, Casmin. However we can. Do you think you're ready to talk about what's going on?
I guess I have been feeling not so great lately. It's hard. I don't know how to tell you what's going on in my mind.
We're not here to judge. We're here to listen.
You can tell us anything.
It started a while after we came through the veil. Not right away. You all know me. I'm a rock in a crisis. But the aftermath... It's hard for me to come down. Actually, I crashed to pieces in it.
You are strong, Kaz. Falling apart sometimes doesn't change that.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it. After the Surgeborn escaped, I just started getting these... thoughts. Visions. Our campsite, being razed to the ground in the night. Scrambling to find our gear under attack. Each of us being killed, one by one. And this voice, howling in my... Unless I do everything in my power to prepare us. I know, that sounds crazy. But these visions and that voice, it's been getting louder. It keeps me awake by dawn. Everyone else is asleep. Even Dam. I'm alone and exhausted. Counting supply.
That must be lonely.
It is. Opening up to you about this is physically painful. In the spaces between my words, in every pause, it howls at me for being pathetic. How come I'm the only one drowning inside this place? No matter what happens, all of you are able to keep doing your job. I mean, I'm the only freak going off the deep end. How stupid is that?
You're going through something awful, outside of your control. And until now, but your decision to be vulnerable and share your experiences with us?
I don't feel brave. I feel exhausted.
What if we cleaned out the caravan for you while you go rest? Bryn will sit with you until you fall asleep.
I don't know.
I have something that will help. A sleeping balm from the Eye, of all people.
Would you be open to trying it?
Maybe, but I'm afraid of what will happen.
I won't let anything happen. I promise. Do you trust me?
I do. But I've made such a mess of the caravan.
We've got this, Casmin.
All right.
Dormir. Bonitinha. Oxi.
This isn't working. I should go help with the caravan.
Os efeitos.
Kaz, they're fine. You need to sleep.
But what if Aurea throws away the grains Dan likes for breakfast? Or the sapling uses to rebind their books? Or...
She won't.
I can't just lie here. My skin is crawling. I feel like I might burst if I don't move.
How about we breathe together? Just try it with me.
Já? Já dormi, acordou? E aí, tá melhor? Ela sempre tá com essa cara dela.
I wish I had gotten the chance to speak to the spindle about Yura's plague.
From what the eye said, she didn't experience it herself. It was her Casil mother who prepared the balm just in case.
I know, but still. I've hardly known any fellow Kashar throughout my life. And even if Yura's plague affects people of all races, we're the only ones who are stigmatized by it across the Maida. It just would have been nice to connect with someone who understood that.
I'm sorry you didn't get the chance.
Eu não chego a conhecê-la.
Don't be. It's not your fault.
A
It's just a
parceira
reminder that we
dela.
never know how much time we'll have with someone.
Too true. Hey, how you feeling?
I'm okay. I don't feel amazing. In fact, I feel pretty fragile, to be honest. But sleeping helped, actually. Everything you did helped. I don't want to pretend I'm feeling on top of the world right now, or like all my problems are solved. They're not. I know I've got a long road ahead of me, but finally saying out loud all the madness in my mind, and not being shunned or rejected for it, it's like all these awful visions lost some of their power over me.
Sounds like you should keep sharing with us then, so we can have every opportunity to accept you as you are.
Yeah. Why did you do all that for me?
I
do? You mean a lot to me.
I would do everything I just did and more for you.
I'm not sure I'm
You are, Kasmin.
Would you mind reminding me of that sometimes?
Every day if you...
So, about all that stuff I had you bring me. Turns out I don't need it as much as I thought I did when I was sleep-deprived and strung out.
Funny how much clarity comes from a nap.
Yeah. Anyway, I've put all those materials back in your chest, along with a few other things Aurea and the band found cluttering the caravan.
Wow.
Don't mention it. Use it for whatever you want. Gear, weapons, fixing up the camp. Hey, you got...
Of course.
Great. Mind if we speak somewhere more private?
Lead the way.
Privado. O que você quer?
So, there's something I need to tell you.
What's on your mind?
Honestly, you are. And it kind of snuck up on me. I was caught up in my own world before you came along and pulled me out of it. At first, I saw you as a friend, then one day, something just shifted that I can't quite put into... I don't know if you feel the same way, but I think I'm falling for you.
Eita. Da fim da barriga dela aqui em cima. Infelizmente que ela faz que sumiu em mim. Gente. Ih, rapaz. Decepcionar ela.
Kaz, I appreciate you being honest about your feelings with me. But I just don't feel the same way.
Eu não gosto que você gosta.
Oh. Well, okay. This is so fine. I just need a little time.
Of course.
Talk later?
Talk later.
So,
This is...
horrendous.
Yikes. Is there any known cure for horrendous?
No, we are doomed to be weird around each other for an eternity.
Funny. I'm pretty comfortable with weird after spending so much time in the Enclave.
You are?
Yeah. Weird is nothing compared to an Ash Peak Drake breathing down your neck.
Jokes aside, we're good, Bryn. I just needed a minute, but we're good. That is, if you still want to be friends.
Nothing would make me happier.
Great.
Bryn.
Yeah. What?
No, really. Are you doing all right? You can tell me, you know. Being point isn't...
Aurea, I'm fine.
I had no idea that the point training was so hard on Casmin. Sure, she seems stressed, but leaders should know what's going on with their team. I failed her.
Casmin escondeu suas lutas de todos. Garantei que não tinha como Aurea saber. Você foi a janela de Casmin. Que ela não tinha culpa.
There was no way you could have known what she was going through. She chose to keep it from all of us. But thankfully, we were able to show her it's okay to open up. And that matters more than anything that happened in the past.
I know you're right. It was just hard to see her suffer. And to know she was dealing with it alone for so long.
She's not alone anymore, though.
All the same, moving forward, I just want you to know you can talk to me. About anything. I'm here.
I know.
Tá bom, já chega de conversa, né? Pegar esse negócio. Ai, Diana Brown. DM mesmo. Falta da pressaca. Não, é. Eita, aqui, né? É. Vou aproveitar para pegar aquele negócio ali.
This place never fails to impress. Just imagine it before the veil went up. Wouldn't have had to scavenge for alchemically treated coal at any rate.
Será que é lá em cima? Aqui não é. Isso lá em cima mesmo. Olha, chato. Vai acabar com ele. Que
That's as
merda.
far as I can push the scry. End of the lifeline, Bryn.
Que merda. Oxi. Ele voltou aqui. Sim. Oh. Vou usar aquela habilidade. Isso cinético. Poxa. Um baúzão ali. Em cima tem mais nada não. Quanto mais alto. E agora para descer. Mesmo esquema. Eita. Nossa, descida do rio. Pode-se embora, né?
One never quite forgets that smell.
Temple coal taking you back?
Unfortunately, yes. It conjures up images of stern keepers, hot stuffy vestibules, and ranted invective posing as sermons on the evils of magic. It was everywhere in Renland. The church has the nation in a stranglehold, and so I left, at considerable speed. I don't think I really stopped running at all until... well...
Until you met the love of your life.
Yes. I thought so. I still hope so.
Muito obrigado.
It's been a strain on you both.
I'm sure everyone has noticed.
Need an ear?
Maybe. It's clear she yearns to just stay here in the Enclave, even if we brought down the veil. But I find comfort in the road. It has few preachers and no community dedicated to strangling out individuality.
Worried if you stop moving that it will catch up with you?
I suppose I am still running, in a way.
Does she know that?
It's not something I want to burden her with.
She's strong, in a lot of ways. Something to think about.
Right. Yes.
Já fogão.
It's significantly easier to do a repair than working up a new suit of armor from scratch. I'm going to go soft.
We could use some really intricate chandeliers to brighten up the place.
Casman would be happy. Though, I strongly suspect this entire thing is an elaborate ruse to get Dom and I talking.
It's not like her to run out of things, it's true. Is it working, do you think?
I don't know. The intentions are good, but I'm hurting.
I think you both are.
Yes. But I'm the one who's been following his dream of wandering the Maida for years. And the moment I say, hey, maybe we could do something else, he shuts down.
You're right. That doesn't seem fair.
It isn't.
He didn't have a great reaction to what you said, it's true. But at the same time, he was rather caught off guard.
Well, perhaps it was a little abrupt.
Maybe he deserves a chance to have a second reaction.
You're as bad as Casman. Speaking of, we should see her and present the fruits of our labors.
I had a chance to run a test, and I would say our stove is cooking better than ever. Keeps the heat well, burns clean, a job well done.
Dom's always been very good at treating that kind of coal. Must be the Wren in him.
Hardly. No, I simply find my inspiration in...
I think...
Sola, I have an idea.
Oh?
Tarmakind uses exceptionally precise temperatures to work the metal, yes? Sometimes exceptionally high?
I mean, yes, but...
I finished Xavier's journals. He was quite thorough and talked extensively about working with the Halopai priests.
Nothing quite helps me commune with the flames like someone slamming a hammer into metal.
You'd be surprised. But I imagine Dam means the shrine underground. I saw it mentioned too.
Precisely. And perhaps we could lean on our intrepid point to investigate.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
They must have kept records. Samples, perhaps.
I really appreciate this.
I'm sure you don't have any lingering concerns about my past with the Norians.
You're good, Sev. Better than good. One of us.
Gravando raízes. Escolher a porta da emergência, labirinto, canário. Os arcões. Deixa eu fazer o seguinte. Vou pegar aquele negócio ali. É o pulo do gato.
Stretch the suit. I'm pulling you. Brace for it.
Deu errado. Só que tem que melhorar. Fica distante ainda. Força ali também. Ele tá tirando, miserável. Enraizado. Cadê o negócio que eu vi aqui? Puxa ali. Vai cair.
Can't stretch the scry any further.
Foi mal. Ó, vai pegar aquilo ali. Dá uma dormida, né? Faz tempo. Labirinto. Portal de emergência. Acho. Vem ele. Olá, bichão.
Intriguing to think of weaver smiths and priests working side by side down here.
The preachers you grew up with would launch an hour-long diatribe at the very thought, yeah?
An hour would just be the introduction.
Esse gelo todinho.
Detailed smithing logs with Saviour's name on them. Lots of sketched out designs, mostly in the margins.
Doodles always help me think too.
Is that bottled magma?
I've got one. I can't believe it's still warm. And you can feel the magic pulsing through it.
I wonder if proximity to the coral has affected it in some way.
I think that's all I'm going to find down here. Get your research hat ready, Lane. There's a lot.
I do not need a hat.
This is really very clever.
You figured it out then?
Yes, Xavier's idea was to use an alchemical process similar to what Dharm and I just did to treat the coals. Elements left over from weaving flame strands distilled and used to treat magma.
Literal magma? The blood of the earth?
Enchanted magma. Measured precisely from one of Xavier's containers, he could delicately control temperature in a forge or foundry.
Sola will be over the moon. I'll let her know.
And I'll collate the more technical details. They'll be ready when she is.
Magma. Can you believe it?
Is it not lava?
I thought it was only lava if it bubbled up from underground. But now I'll have to ask Lane.
You heard the news then?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bryn. We ruined the surprise.
It's fine. Just nice to see you so happy.
We're confident that between the two of us, we can make Xavier's plan work.
And I'm keen to try it out. I was up sketching all night, and I have an idea for some armor to act as a test. If it works, we'll gather more. The veil has to open someday, and with this magma, we could be on the road for months.
Or maybe we'll stay. Either option provides you many potential students.
Or maybe, just maybe,
we could do both.
We'll make it work. After we get this bloody enclave sorted out. Right, Bryn?
I have every faith we will.
Salve, valeu pelo follow. Basque. Vídeo aí, mano. Valeu pelo apoio. Eita. Peitoral tá maneando. Tá faltando ela, né? Bonitão, né? Caramba. Que armadura bonita. Fazer ele agora. Essa é muito pesada. E pelo menos é mais leve. Preta. Fazer, irei. Deixa tudinho. Meta vídeo. E vai ser embora tudinho. Só vai dar pra criar mesmo. E fogo, né? Resistência a calor. Aqui dá mais resistência a gelo. Peso cai violentamente. Resistência a gelo. Esse aqui mesmo. Já coloquei, né? Salve Augusto, e aí, mano? Boa noite. Como é que tá? Isso tudo bem contigo? Tá o que aqui que eu não sei? Detalhe ali. Isso aqui mesmo. Mais dois da armadura. Tá tudo vermelho.
Worse than materials, I'd say.
Ixi, é bonitinho. Fazer a lua também. Vai combinar mais. Aqui da Foge. Serpentes martelo. Deixa eu fazer não.
So, I strongly suspect shenanigans, but also thank you.
Separado por aí.
About the stove?
Oh, absolutely. But shenanigans almost always come from a place of love.
Lugar de amor. Eita. Como assim?
Or lead to one.
Well said. And this forge is going to be invaluable, so we all benefit, including the future students I'm imagining up.
Any standouts in your illusory class?
There's a shy, red-headed lad named Carlos. He's going to go far. I just know it.
Para as principais agora. Canal Ramanos. Da Draga, perto de Toderval. Vou tentar pegar aqui, né? Aqui também é muito bom. Vai cair um pouco. Isso cai muito. A lua. Os braços. Gostei mais desse detalhe aqui. Isso vai ficar legal.
That's an intimidating silhouette.
Pegar mais os 4. Esses 4 aqui dá, acho que não. Ciclar muita coisa aqui. Sai bem, tá mexendo. Aqui, isso. Acho que dá, né?
Another stockpile coming in from the axle soon.
E logo uma. Já. Que é isso aqui.
Worse than materials, I'd say.
Deixa combinando. Depois esse aqui. Nossa. Tem muito, velho. Está não. Tem 12 desse negócio. Nossa. Horrível. Deixa eu comentar bem.
Another one.
Yes, please.
Fine. Bryn, I was just thinking about how we managed to trap the heat of molten rock itself.
And you and your wife seem through a complicated patch?
I never doubted we would find a way through. This time was different than the other spats we've had. I am very grateful for your help. I would not know what to do without Sola. She is very much my guiding star.
You're welcome. You big romantic. Just keep talking to her, and the nights will be cloudless.
Indeed.
It's nice to have the camp stove working properly again, even if it took Casmin quietly tossing our coal supply into the hollow one night to make it happen.
Wait, she did?
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. But Dom and Sola have reconciled, which I suspect was her whole plan, so hopefully it's okay. Still, Kaz doesn't like for people to know she's a romantic at heart.
Oh, well, I am very glad you mentioned this. Thank you, Lane.
Just go easy on the teasing. I don't want her to serve my stew cold all week.
So, I was having a chat with Lane.
Oh?
Said something about you stashing coal outside the camp.
Oh, gods, they saw that?
Sure did.
Oh, I was so careful. Listen, Bryn, you know why I did it, right?
Because our enchanter and smith need to keep working together.
Yes, and they need to keep talking. They're so good together. So, I did what I had to. Just don't tell anyone, okay?
Kaz,
Yeah?
I think everyone knows. Except maybe Dom.
Gods, that's embarrassing.
You might want to sneak that coal back into the stocks at some point.
Already did. It was distracting to know the count was wrong.
A dela tá diferente. Tá mais feliz. Ai. Fica ali em cima. Esse lugar.
That might be Isla's secret refuge. It's actually not too far from Lucia's workshop. Isla dedicated her life to restoring the Arks. Dom's right. We will need to continue her research. But for now, what might she consider secret for the rest? That's sweet. Dom, do you think this could work for the Rite of Ashes?
It's perfect.
Huh. Isla also had a copy of On the Workings of Archons, marked with annotations, just like Lucia's.
Could be useful.
Wait, I'm losing you.
You hear me better now?
Yeah. Weird. The scry was cutting out.
Strange. At any rate, the book could be useful. Once you've completed the ritual, I'll take a look.
A letter from the Axel. I should take it back to her.
Tem um arco de brinquedo confuso no alto da Pirassaca.
And then the priest says, that's not how you extinguish the holy flame.
I thought you never extinguished the holy flame.
They make certain exceptions when it threatens centuries-old tapestries.
You never talked about your time in the church.
They're not happy memories.
No, but they're yours.
Then let's not fight again so I have more time to share them.
That's unreasonable. Let's just make sure we're talking.
Of course, my love. After all, I love you like I love you.
I love you too.
I'll need to place the toy ark on the high pyre. Sad to burn such a sweet toy. The ashes. Though the flame abates and the ash grows cold, let she who worshipped you rest in eternal warmth.
Beautiful, Bryn.
I'm sure Isla is.
There it is again. The scry is cutting in and out. Dam? Aurea?
We're... Can you hear me now?
You're back.
While you bring the ashes to Cassidon's hold, I'll analyze the scry. Something strange is afoot.
I performed the rite, and I brought you the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn. Isla admired you. She would be honored that you did this for her.
It's not how she would have wanted things. I should have been there.
Enough! I know you're grieving. We all are. But you are no longer the Eye. And this disrespectful conduct ends now. You owe Bryn a thank you. And an apology for that matter. And probably a great deal more than that. Not only has she gone out of her way to perform the rite for your daughter, but she saved us all from certain death at the Grand Gate too. None of which she would ever have had to do if it weren't for your...
For my actions! I know! I know! It's all my fault. I should have been there. Not at the temple. At the Grand Gate. I should have stayed. The way she looked at me when I left her there. I'll never forget it. I could fill a city with my mistakes. I should have supported her work. I should never have lied to her. My regrets will drown me.
Maybe they should.
Maybe they should.
My mother used to say, you can drown in your grief, or learn to swim in it. It is unfair that you lost a child. No matter the circumstances, I am so sorry that happened to you. But now you have a choice. You can spend the rest of your days counting the ways you failed your daughter. Or you can dedicate every breath you have left to her.
How?
Just do one small thing a day that would make her proud to call you her father. Start by helping us finish the work you wish you had supported in her life.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. But there is one thing. The Ark in your camp, the one she wanted to restore, it's called the Ark of Verdance. An enchantress named Lucia de Crassus built it.
Lucia.
Consider it a thank you for...
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Ark of...
Please, just leave.
Fine.
You deserved better from him. But that was probably all he's capable of. Come to think of it. We all deserved better from him.
What will you do now?
Take care of my people. Someone needs to. And you? You're going to try to fix the arcs.
Nós sabemos como Ark nos trouxe aqui. Dizer ela que precisamos desvendar seus mistérios.
The Ark we followed through the Veil. We have no idea what it was doing outside the Enclave in the first place, or even how it got us in here. If we're ever going to stand a chance of leaving, or bringing down the Veil, we need to find out more.
I wish I could help, but arcs were Isla's expertise, not mine. Still, that arc allowed you to pass safely through the tangles, where Surgeborn go to regenerate. If you're going to try to fix it, consider me heavily invested in your progress.
It's too great an advantage to ignore. I'll keep you updated. Hey.
I'm still struggling to see a break, and even though everything is very hard.
Of course. It's just the right...
You laying Isla to rest is what she would have... You inspired her to be better. Braver.
It was the least I could do.
Don't diminish your
You've got our support, whatever form that...
For what it's worth, I appreciate...
By the way, I found something that... It's a letter I found in the Spindle's hideout. It looked like your handwriting. I didn't read it.
I I don't understand why you've been so kind to her.
It's okay. I'll let you get back to it.
Likewise.
My light. I remember the day you were born, vividly. When I held you, my heart was so full it threatened to break. And I know your mother felt the same way. For all her flaws, she would be so proud of you. I am so
You're going to speak to the Talon?
I don't expect to get much out of it, but...
Be careful. Clearly the Talon was able to manipulate Kenrick. And while I know you're not the idiot he is, speaking to that thing is risky.
I just have to find out what I can. If the Talon has any insight that can help us.
It's a risk worth taking, I know. Just don't reveal anything in the process.
Viajar. Viajar pra onde?
I knew you'd be back. Dreadfully predictable.
And here I thought I surprised you. Or was your herald getting kicked back to the source part of the plan?
Don't steal credit. Your great icon pushed us back. And I'm quite certain it didn't survive the battle. Judging by the way you charged straight to the Grand Gate upon hearing my plan, you favor misguided heroics. Let me guess. You're going to try for Arena.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Let's not lie to each other. I like you.
Can't say the feeling's mutual.
Come now, I want to be confidant.
Kenrick Stanold is in rough shape after being your confidant.
I would never treat you like I treated him. You're different. Trust me. In time, you'll consider us kindred spirits.
Doubt it.
See you soon. The rite of ashes you performed for Kenrick's daughter was quite a display. I almost shed a tear.
How do you know about that?
I have eyes.
You're watching me through the other Surgeborn.
There are no other Surgeborn.
Almost like the way bees work together in a hive.
If that makes it... Anyway, pity you couldn't save her. Is that why you dropped everything to perform a funeral rite?
She was a friend, and you murdered her. Don't expect to survive long enough to kill some...
Technically, I did not kill her. Her limitations. Funny how magic often provokes overreaching in your kind.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Oh.
Were you crying?
Yes. The rite of ashes just got to me. That's all. The spindle and the axle only had such...
It's awful. I can't imagine how she's feeling.
So much in life. It just makes you appreciate what a gift the time you have.
All this time, the spindle was sneaking out of Cassidy's hold. And I had not.
Sounds like you two had more in common than you realized.
Just reminds me that you've got to tell people how you feel when...
Was there something you wish you had told the spindle?
Just how much I appreciated her level head and expertise. And that we all knew her father wasn't why she was the spindle.
You performed the Rite of Ashes beautifully, Bryn.
Glad to hear it. Not being part of the church myself, I felt a little out of place.
I'm sure Isla is at peace.
I appreciate your perspective on it, but I'd better let you get back to work.
Before you go, thank you for laying... You could have just paid your respects and left, but it was the right thing to do.
Dom, the interference I'm experiencing during expeditions is concerning. Is there any chance our scry is degrading like the ones belonging to the Enclave?
I'm still investigating, but my initial reaction is that it doesn't feel the same.
As long as it doesn't give out on us completely in the meantime.
However, I have taken a look at the Spindle's copy of the workings of Archons, and thankfully, writing is far more legible than Lucia's. And her notes are significantly less paranoid at that.
About that, Kenrick Stanold told me that Lucia wasn't just tinkering with the Ark we followed through the Vale. She built it. The Ark of Verdant.
That is quite the revelation. What was it for?
That was all Kenrick could tell me. Or wanted to tell me. Sev mentioned that Kenrick had been feeding Isla information about a failsafe for the source. Could the Ark of Verdance be the fix she was working on without realizing it?
Yes! That could be it. Genius, Bryn. On my side, I dug into her notes. She was working on a way to fully restore our Ark for us. She was so close to a schematic, intricate, elaborate, masterful. And I finished it. Solar has the final design ready for you. Essentially, we'll be creating a power core for the Ark. Most notably, we'll need a special part, a bar of shaped coral. This is the final key for an Ark to be functional on its own without a Weaver channeling magic into it.
If we had built a power core earlier, could her death have been prevented?
She only made this discovery in the final days of her life, researching all the Ark parts we had supplied her. Her research even theorizes that using one's own magic to power an Ark for brief amounts of time could result in death.
So she knew she was going to die at the Grand Gate?
She knew exactly what would happen, and did it anyway.
We can't let it be in vain. So, then the Ark of Verdance is our failsafe. Your design will get it running. Where can I find the shaped coral?
She suspected it was kept in the Archon's hearth, stored near natural coral deposits for its regenerative properties.
Have you ever felt like you couldn't trust the people around you? Well, never mind. You did tell me about Aaron and how he undermined your confidence. I suppose it It would have been hard to hold trust in someone who didn't respect you.
It wasn't fun, I can tell you that. Is there someone here who's putting you on edge?
It's Sev, and how he was collaborating with the Eye behind our backs.
Yes.
Oh? I can understand, but you didn't exactly seem blown away by the revelation.
I didn't have time to process it. I have now, and the more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Logically, I understand the situation. I can trace the weave of circumstance that forced his hand and led to his deception. I know he had no choice, and I've even forgiven him. I said the words to his face, so why am I still so angry?
That's a tough one.
It reminded me again of Udea. Will the fear and the manipulation follow me forever? Will it taint everything? The secrets, the lies, the subterfuge, the Maida may seem a balmy paradise, but in reality, it is a toxic swamp. Every fiber of my being is screaming at the prospect of having my life ruined by this again.
All right. It's clear that sitting around base camp chewing on this isn't doing you any good. You need a distraction.
Possibly.
The Axel must be overwhelmed right now. Let's find something to help her with.
I'm amenable to this. Shall I let you ask her, or...?
Oh no. You're coming with me.
I suppose it'd be good to catch up with her, and I'll meet you at Cassidy's Hold, then. See you soon.
Essa mortalha.
Bryn and Lane, to what do I owe the pleasure?
We're hoping that there's something you can help us with. Or rather, we're hoping that there's something we can help you with.
I'm not sure I follow.
I've been at a loose end, gnawing on painful thoughts, only growing more despondent in the process.
Huh.
So we're here to focus on problems that are a little more tangible. What can we help you with?
That is very kind of you. I've had a great deal of difficulty keeping on top of things.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We're here to help.
Right. I've got a petition from the scouts here somewhere. Let me find it. Arakim has been nagging me about accessing the Archon's Hearth. Its stores of raw material could busy our forge masters for months. Now that I'm technically in charge, I'm loath to follow Kenrick's lead in recklessly sending the scouts into dangerous situations. What I'm lacking to make that call is intelligence on the Archon's Hearth. Our documentation is decades out of date.
I've already spent a lot of time in there, actually. It was pretty hot, from what I recall.
Dangerous too, one would assume. Can you elaborate on what you saw in there?
A tecnologia era incrível. Fala sobre o barco inacabado. É difícil vencer o calor, contar ela sobre a fundição. O coral era de outro mundo.
While exploring where the arcs were assembled, I couldn't help but imagine how busy it must have been back before the surge. Archons seem big when I'm fighting them, but the scale feels totally different when they're attached to a scaffold.
Fascinating.
Well, it was only one area that was particularly hot, but all of it was dangerous.
I assume you refer to the Arcane Foundry then?
Yeah. It was on another level to what you've got here at the hold, or what we have at camp. I can't imagine how many Archon parts they produced per day. The most interesting part was where they grew the coral. I could feel the magic running through it.
It is a reminder that there are still lost secrets to be found.
Exactly. Anyway, there's lots going on in there. Do you think it's safe enough to send in the scouts?
Not quite. I still have grave concerns about the fluctuating heat levels.
I believe I may have a solution for that. A potion that will maintain your body temperature even in the hottest conditions. I don't quite have the equipment to make it yet, but the knowledge is there.
That's wonderful news. That said, I would like a demonstration to be sure they work.
A fair stipulation. Some sort of combat encounter in the Archon's hearth under the hottest possible conditions. Fighting an Archon that relies on fire magic would be ideal to demonstrate the potion's efficacy.
You know I'm always up for a challenge.
I have no doubt in your abilities after what I've witnessed you achieve.
Well then, I'll be back once I've felled a mighty construct.
Feitos do frasco da proteção de fogo, derrotem um arco de fogo do lado dos arcontes. Arco da Forja, ele mesmo.
The Archon's hearth once more. Wish Isla was here to guide me.
I could assist in her absence.
What the?
Bryn, what's...
Aurea, the scry has been compromised by the Surgeborn. Stay off it.
Compromised is such a strong word. I just want to talk. So, what are we looking for in Malcolm's heart? As well. That's what I reach from.
Like I would tell you.
Whatever plan you've concocted, it would be better.
You murdered my friend.
Technically, I didn't touch her. It isn't my fault she lacked the stamina to follow through on what she started.
Aí, bichão. Fogo do mar. Esfriar um pouquinho. seguindo ela. Parar no martelinho. Ai, mano, a poção vai acabar. Agora.
Bryn, how did it go?
It worked amazingly. In fact, I was almost too cold.
Oh, I must have prepared it incorrectly. Perhaps too much stirring.
I'm kidding, Lane. It was perfect.
Ah, your elevated wit eludes me once again.
If you two are done messing around, it's excellent to hear that the potions worked. Lane, what sort of quantities can we produce for the scouts?
As much as you need. It's not hard to make.
That's very good news. I wonder why the Eye never explored this as an option.
I would assume the reason sits somewhere between lack of care and gross negligence. Speaking of the Eye, Bryn, the Axel and I had a chance to sit and talk for a while. Would you believe that she isn't his biggest fan either?
There were some subtle context clues that tipped me off.
We were indeed not very cordial with each other at the best of times.
In particular, the way he kept secrets rubbed us both the wrong way. We found ourselves in agreement that any new government here should be built on a foundation of trust and respect.
A foundation that will only be built if we secure our survival. Lane and I don't agree on everything, but it was good to sit and speak with someone who understands the nature of the work I'm doing.
It's not every day that one has the privilege of watching a new order emerge.
Perhaps you will be here to document it.
I should like that very much. The story of a new enclave should be made available to all. Every detail. I'm struck with inspiration. I need to return to base camp and get started on my history. To be here as it's being written. To be the one writing it. Oh, what a privilege.
Oh, they're gone. Do they always do that?
Yes. That's a fairly frequent occurrence.
Well, with my mind at ease, for now, at least, I will thank you and bid you farewell. My list of petitions is smaller by one at the moment.
We're here to help. Talk later.
Tem alguém pra conversar aqui? Acho que não. Ninguém quer falar nada. E tudo. Fiquei parado. Não faz nada. Bar de coral. Galera, acho que é isso por hoje. Tem mais de 5 horas aí do live. Deu pra avançar bastante aí. Se faltar muito aí, vou terminar a história. É isso, ficando por aqui. Agradeço você que chegou no YouTube, deixou o like aí. Deixa o likezão aí na live. Agradeço demais a sua presença. Galerinha que ainda tá presente aí, valeu. Valeu demais. Galerinha da roxinha, valeu também. As participações aí, Augusto, Samara. Valeu pelo apoio. Eu deixei o link aí do meu canal de cortes. Canal de cortes aí do AndeXGames. Caso vocês queiram apoiar também. Além do canal principal, né, no YouTube. Você pode estar se inscrevendo lá, nos apoiando também. Além do canal de cortes aí. Tá colocando os destaques. Os destaques das lives, né, que eu faço. Você pode estar apoiando lá também. É isso, galera. Mais tarde aí tem a Void. Vamos chegar aí no nosso próximo jogo aí. Vou trazer em live. Não sei se vai dar pra terminar o STRANDS. Isso daí eu volto a jogar. Pra ver se concluo a história do jogo. Mas é isso, valeu aí demais. Ficando por aqui. Um forte abraço aí, até a próxima. Valeu.